there is such a fat delay on what I can see, what you can see, and all that it's just not great. It's not great. I forgot everything as expected. So yeah, we might do some stuff today related to my website. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. And yeah, I just figured out that I forgot my water bottle. I need to refill that in a second. Yeah, give me a sec. Alright. I also have like a bit of an issue with the how was it fucking called? The music with everything. I have issues with everything. Let's face that. We have some news on the Figma side, though. There have been some updates. Some things are loading differently, and specifically on Webpainter, where we have some issues with the RAM. We used to have like a big ass full width banner, and now we just have this, which is cute. It's a cute little thing with just information, and that you have the memory usage with what is taking memory. Currently, it's the page content, which is absolutely false. So there is an issue with that file. I think that file has been corrupted in some way. But the thing that is kind of weird is that I did a copy of that same file, got rid of everything, and somehow like it's still getting this where it shouldn't. So that is not the greatest. And I don't know what is imported content. I don't know if it's maybe it's the libraries. But the thing is, if it was the library, it would be applied to everything. Andy, hi, welcome on in. How are you? It is today, as you can probably tell. I have my trusty son coming to me. It's the morning. It's 7 in the morning right now. But I'm good. How have you been? It's been indeed a while. Holy shit. It is, yes. It is Monday, officially 7 in the morning, which is not the same time zone for everyone. I know. I have some Figma issues that I'm complaining about. But other than that, we're good. Jeannie, hi. How are you? Future's pretty okay. For today, it's pretty hot. Like, it's 7 in the morning, it's already 21, and it will be 27, 28 around 1 mid-high. And then tomorrow the max is 17, which is like 10 degrees less. So I will catch a cold 100%, and then it's 23 to 25 for the rest of the week. So it's just like I can't. Yeah, no, 21 is my usual limit. I'm starting to get used to it slowly. I mean, used to it. Not really true. I'm just complaining less, I guess. But yeah, the biggest thing I hate about Figma that's a good question. Also, these songs, I said no vocals, and they put me with vocals. That just pissed me off. I mean, there is a lot of things that I love about Figma and a lot of things that I don't like about Figma. The biggest one that I hate, though, I guess, would be the updates. Meaning, they usually they usually do update and like just release updates when you need something, and so for some reason they have or they don't consider the updatability of past features that are replaced with new things. Cat, hi. So, for example, right now, we have some updates going on with the auto layout features. We have some updates going on with the way that the files are handled by Figma itself, because we will have the announcement next month. June, July, I forgot. One of these two. And it breaks current files for no reasons. So I guess that's my biggest and current thing, because I'm currently in an update cycle that make corruption on some files. And then the second one is the fact that they are a web-based design software that doesn't use native web feature, as in rem, EMs, like percentage values, wrapping, like some of the features that are native to CSS and HTML should be available in a native browser-based thing, because it's still a website. You should be able to take advantage of the basic of HTML and CSS, and it's not the case. I get it, because it's a Canva-based website and it's not exactly the same behavior, but still, these are things that should be taken into consideration. And then the last one is, because it's a browser-based app, it is limited to a certain amount of file sizes that are way too small for the sizes of company that we are. And I mean, I personally am in a small company, but we still reach the RAM limit often for no reason, and that pisses me off. That's my top 3, I guess. There's so much more, but yeah. What is yours? Do you have something that you hate about Figma? You could then do the opposite, which is what do you love about Figma, and for me, the ease of use is the thing. Fuck off! Sorry, the music is just pissing me off so bad that I said no voices, and you put voices. It's just hi. Lucas, hi. Welcome on. I figured that I call you Dom and I call you Lucas from time to time interchangeably. I know that you said it's fine, but it's just I don't know. It depends on the day. Are your components in a shared library in another file, or are they in the same file? Because sometimes I've had some issues with components being shared and published on the library and then used in another file, and in that specific other file that library wasn't really in use as activated. And so I used to have a file counter, but I don't have a voice activated alert anymore because I'm on the Mac and not on the PC. While I'm traveling, when I'm in Japan, I usually don't have the voice activated things working properly, so I need to manually remember that I said the words, which I probably said a lot while talking about Figma and their issues, knowing myself. So you prefer Dom? Alright, I will do my best to call you Dom. Yeah, you can do it if you wanna make sure that I say fuck enough. You can do it. You have fuck, shit, bitch, dumbass. I think there is another one, but I forgot. I mean, there is a 911, but it doesn't really apply here because we don't really have police station downstairs, which helps. But yeah, maintenant. I think so. I know things that you don't know yet. There are features that are coming to Figma that I have discussed with some of the product designers at Figma on Twitter, and I'm asking for something for color styles thingy. There is or are rework in the work for the color styles, behavior, and management. I know that. What they will come up with, I don't know. But yeah, that's it. Basically, the thing that I'm asking for, and I have been asking for the past year, I guess, is here. So if you take a look at the buttons that I have for Stony, but also for my company, the background is a gradient from my 500 to my 600, and then it switched to my 600 to my 800 and everything. And basically in the color feel, I cannot set a style, whereas in CSS, going back to what I said earlier, in CSS I could be saying that this is my variable 500 and this is my variable 600, and that would work for everything. So I know that this is going to be updated and potentially come in at some point. And then there is also, if you need to navigate colors, you can always type in here to like really, well, access something quickly. If you know that you're looking for blue light, you can type blue light, and then, I mean, that search is pretty useful when you have a ton of colors, but yeah, other than that, I agree. Some styles are just complicated to manage. I haven't tried the Adobe color system for styles in a long time, so I don't know how it works. I think they shouldn't take more feature from CSS. I think they should be 100% of the features that are available in CSS, plus the features that are available in some of the Kotlin, React Native, Swift UI like code for styling, and that's it. And potentially try to implement some new things and new behavior, but that's difficult. Like, for example, the thing that we had like a discussion about this last time, the iOS rounded corners. You know, they have the squircle thing where I think this thing is the best representation, right? You have the smooth corner right there, and just if you get your iOS smoothing corners, you get these. So the colored one, and the regular smooth corner or corner radius is the white section. So it's not exactly a circle, it's more of an ellipse type thingy. It's a weird thing, but it's a feature that is available on iOS. And if you want to create the same effect on the web, you need to use something like this. And these things are weird. It's basically a mask and so if your shape is wider, it is then fucked. So I don't know, that's just, it should be, I mean, it should be, I think personally that if you had, when you create your file for the first time, right, you arrive on Figma and you say, this is a new file, let's do something about it, and then there they asked you, what platform do you want to build
Roders
for?
is now following.
Guillermo, hi, thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Right, they could, how can I say? They could have a thing that says, this is a desktop app, this is a mobile app for iOS or Android, and this is like a website. And then depending on that, you have features that are specific to the platform into which your dev will have access to, right? So let's say it's a website. I get features that are like 100% CSS based, and if I say it's an iOS based app, I get features like the smooth corners. I get things like the blurs effects that are really easy to achieve in iOS, but not exactly the same as the one that we can have in Android, for example. I mean, now we can, but right? So I'm thinking it would be better to do that. I don't know. Maybe it's a me thing. I'm thinking too much. Yeah, because the numbers of times that Salma or Stony have told me this transition is not possible, or this animation is not an option, or yeah, I mean, they have like a bit of a small reminder for some of the gradients. Let me see, do I have that somewhere? I will kill people again. I think if it's, I know you can't see shit, but I think that, yeah, exactly. So when you have like a radial gradient and it's placed weirdly on the shape, your CSS values is giving you this, which it's just warning, but I mean, I don't think that's well enough known thing, and I don't think most devs take a look at that, and I don't think most designers open the inspector to see what's the code that is given to the dev and if it makes sense or not. Even though they should, I don't think. I don't think. The thing is, I don't know if it's just rotation or if it's placement. Yeah, so basically if my gradient right here, let's make that red so that you can potentially see that, what I'm talking about. So if I'm here, right, and I get that, so basically very similar in both cases. This one is fine because it doesn't have a rotation. This one isn't because it has a rotation, even though it's a 45 degrees angle to the to that radius. So that means I need to keep my radial gradient vertical. Let me see, can I do that? Okay. And let's do the last one, which is flat. Okay, so you can be flat, vertical, in both, I mean in all directions, but you cannot have an angle, which is weird. And it's either left to right or right to left or top to bottom, bottom to top. Nah, whatever. But yeah, that's I mean, that's a warning that we've had on White Panther at some point with the gradient, specifically in the research right here when we did like these things. It didn't really work. So, yeah. Fuck. I am yawning for no reason. Let me see. I should have my breakfast. That's what needs to happen now in the morning. All right. What would be the breakfast? I don't know. I don't have anything. But yeah, no. I really think like some of the basic CSS values and properties should be implemented. And I shared a link yesterday on Discord in the I think in the reading list, which is a video, but whatever. It's the newest. Why did I switch fucking scene? I am in the land of seafood, yes. So there is this video that I recommend anyone that is a designer and or a dev or front-end dev to watch, because web.dev and Chrome DevTools or Chrome Developer videos are really cool. And here we talk about the newest flags and markups that are available in CSS for your UI, and there are things that they are recommending, that are things that I've been pushing for the past 10 years and no one have been listening, but now that Google is doing it, I'm guessing some people will start to listen to Google. But yeah, fine. And Andy, have a good have a good night. Thanks a lot for stopping by, I appreciate it. I can't, because I don't think you have sound going through. And you can't have sound going through. Do you have the music in the background already? I don't even know that. Like, did you hear the alert or earlier? I don't think it goes through, which is annoying. Right, so I think can you hear this? I don't know. All right. So I fixed-ish the sound alerts, but the way that I have the sound alerts working is I have a scene on OBS with all of the sounds, and that's it, which is bad, very bad. So yeah, we wouldn't be able to have a React stream. But what I can do though is I think on the web.dev website there is the there should be a thing. I do recommend this website to any designer that is not a dev, because what's the fucking name? New in Web UI. Alright, let's see. Shit. Well, looks like they don't have it here. It's weird because they usually have it. They usually have them like kind of linked, and it's not the case. Anyways, that's fine. I still do recommend you to watch it because it's good. It's good. And so they talk about things like, what is it? New container queries. There is something about the styling queries of right now not available on most browser, but that will come. There is one that I like. That is the one that I have been pushing. Where's this bitch? Here. The color mix and color transparency thing is the thing that I've been pushing for 10 years and no one has been listening, and now this will probably be like accepted and and open. Basically, this is the behavior and all how it's supposed to work. The color mix has the ability to create color palettes based on a transparency value, and it's really good for accessibility and creating shades and tints of colors really quickly. So for example, you have my regular 500 right center midpoint of the color that you want, and then you have it at 10% opacity, 20% opacity, 50% opacity, and you can see how it created this gradient thing. And so rather than having to create like all of these, let's take my primary 500, right? If I do this, that's okay, that works. But if I were to do the opposite, right? That's the light, that the shades, tint, shades, whatever. But if I were to say that this one was at 80%, and then this one was at 60%, and this one was at 40%, you can see how quickly I can get something that works on both potential themes. So with that methods of transparency values for adding something that is more subtle, you then have that transparency as an option. And then if the only thing that needs to then be created is a darker shade for the light mode and a lighter shade or lighter tint for the dark mode. It's a bit of a confusion thing, but it's basically that you have two values above. And so that means that my color palettes, when I'm creating like one of these, rather than having 100, 200, 1, 2, 3, 4, basically, I can just have 5 and opacity values, and then on top of that I could have like a 6 and a 9, so 5, 6, 9, and we have enough range to get the color through. And then on on the dark mode version, it's the same base. So we reuse the 100 to 500. And then we just have 6, 9 that are just lighter than 500. So they will reuse these two, for example. It's an interesting behavior. Fields, hi, welcome on in. Hi. How are you? How was work? Shush. Billy speaking. So yeah, so they are implementing that. It is currently an option on most browser. It's a feature flag on Firefox that needs to be enabled, but I do like that, and it also has these color mix that gives you like the intermediate colors. So yeah. It's the weekend for you. You have weird ass weekends. And yeah, and what they say is that in the Chrome DevTools right now, you have this cute looking representation for the color mix. So that's one of the one that I really like. And then there is like a lot of things that are more dev than designers, but still. So there are a lot of things for animations, and this is not for me. Yeah, these ones are cool, but for now they are just not taken into consideration into Firefox or Safari, so let's not talk about it. But yeah, no, they are good. They are good. I do recommend anyone to just go watch the fucking video. It's just great. What do you do on your weekends, Phil? That's a question. Because I did something on my weekend. Give me a second. I acquired something. I acquired this finally. So this is a really brand new Android phone, which I don't know. Right. This is the Oppo Reno 7A. These new manufacturers are just creating things with names that makes no sense. The only use case that this will serve is displaying chat. That's it. That its entire purpose. So there is no SIM in it, there will be no SIM in it ever, and the goal is to get this on an arm just underneath the camera. Like basically you can see it right here, it will be like just underneath. That way I can have my chat from stream either next to it or underneath, and I have something that looks like I'm looking at the camera while we are streaming. That's the only purpose of this thing. And then the camera good, and the secondary potential purpose is if I feel like it, I can use this one as an IOL streaming camera. And so streaming from the Android app of Twitch directly might help to get things going. However, the camera is fine, but it is over sharpen, over like contrasty. It is not the greatest. It has a bit of wobble compared to other things. But yeah, I don't know yet. But it works. But we'll see. It could happen, but yeah, that has been acquired yesterday. It costed me not much. Not much for me, might be a lot for you, you know. Hi, Stoney. So that's the acquisition. I thought the black one, midnight blue, would be better, so I went with this one. But I do love the white one. It looks cleaner. The thing that I hate about the white phones is the fact that the front is black, and that makes no sense to me. But you know, that's basically the phone that I just got. It does has like a bit of a chin, but yeah, it's a chat screen. That's it. And yeah, some of the apps that I wanted to use don't work, and that's where you convert not convert, but like I can't really explain it, but basically having been on both sides of like Android and iOS as always, right, and seeing the benefits on both sides, going back to an Android. Alton, hi, welcome on in. And you should not have heard that sound alert, right? Yep. So, I don't know. Probably 3, if not more. But you know, basically the amount of things that just don't work on Android compared to iOS that just work, and I'm saying that with brackets, is outstanding. Like the DJI app for the gimbal that I have for my phone doesn't exist on Android for some reason, and it's DJI, and that's a weird thing to say. The system is just, there are things that I used to love about it, ColorOS, that now I don't, and it's just it is weird. It's weird that some of these things are not enabled by default or accessible by default. There are some system things that makes more sense for the Android crowds, right? As in the assistant, Google Assistant enabled inside of the phone, all that. There are also things that are annoying because they are Japan specific. So for example, my camera make a sound when I take a picture or record a video. There is like a bit of a thing that says you are being recorded, basically. That's an Asia thing. That makes sense. But I don't know. I like the phone itself, but I'm not sure that it will stay with me for long enough. The thing in terms of price is that was converted, that was like 200 euros, which is nothing for a phone that good. On paper, the specs are amazing. Like, it has, I think, somewhere around 6 or 8 gigs of RAM, 90 you can't disable the camera sounds. That's the thing. In Asia, you can't disable the camera sound. You need to use third-party apps to get rid of the camera sound. Shutter sound are built in the system, and if I wanted to use the native camera app and not have the sound, I need to flash a new ROM that is cleaner, not from Asia. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, no, on paper, good specs, really great. Just kind of bloated. So, yeah. Oh fuck. So yeah, that's the thing. But Elton, how have you been? How is everything? How is Cordillo going? Is it still going? Have you been brought back? Have you changed your name? All that. So yeah, I need to find a flex arm. That's the next purchase. I want one of these bitches because that yeah, that's it. One of these that will make me have the option to put the fucking phone next to the camera somewhere. But I don't need these ones. I need something like it that is kind of big. So I'll go potentially fetch that today. I don't know. And then I need to find these available around me, and one of the leggings that is the same thing, because all of my tattoos are on my left side. So in order to cover them, to be able to go to the gym, I need to have something that covers them. So I basically need one of these with the left leg only, and the same thing for the shirts. But these things are unavailable, which is annoying. Yeah, it's weird. weird thing. Didn't think I would have a legging type of thing, but yeah, that's the idea of the fit. What do you mean by DN? These nuts? I don't think so. Of course I know. I'm living on the internet. Hey, I'm living here. So I know. We arrive on the same fucking situation as last time, when I created the website again, where the layout is done, but the content isn't, and because I can't create content or write content for myself, I don't even know if I could do that. I show you what, these nuts, nope. That's the layout, which is a very, 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 very simple layout. And it just has like a card, and it's a scroll view, and that's it. The only thing that is a bit tricky is that section here that behave depending on the anchor on the scroll right here. So you're on overview, which is this, then street cred is this one. So when that is past 50% of the card, then it needs to be activated, meaning that the other two needs to be just a bit brighter. Yeah. Nah. I think if you were to like, let's say you're theming the background, I'd say it would probably do something like this if you're hovering Twitch, for example, or if you are hovering Dribble, you would be in pink, so that's the it's this one, right? It's a subtle thing, and I don't think the benefits of that would be good. Oh, I'm not stuck on coding at all, because that is really easy. I'm stuck on content. I hate creating content. No, I don't wanna chat GPT my content. Mainly because it's not really that I don't know how to write the content. It's more like I don't know what content to put in, which is another discussion, that like thing. I just hate websites that are personal websites for myself or for anyone else, and I mean, yeah, I could just like I could, but it's, no. Because I don't give a shit about clients. That's the thing. The website, being a personal marketing website, is supposed to showcase me as myself, as Twitch streamer, as a designer that helps, but not as a designer that can be hired for projects. So there is no need for me to showcase things that are client facing. But in the current state of the world right now, you kind of need to have client facing work to be recognized as relevant. And most of the things that I did when I was in agencies are under NDA or internal application that cannot be shown and or accessed. So so it's complicated, and yeah. This is so much bullshit. Also, that's just like, marketing is bullshit. I said it. Marketing is bullshit. Social media is bullshit. The goal is to make sure that you showcase the fact that you know how to turn words into words, and it's just bad, and I hate it, and I've always hated it, and I don't understand why. The thing is, I could hire someone at this point in my life, in my career. I could, should, might, may hire someone, just give them like the design and say, I need content for that, be a chat and make me content. But I just I don't know. It feels bad. It doesn't feel like something that I want to do. However, to make something that would please Stony, that website that I showcased could be a coding project on stream. Could, because as we know, it is pretty simple to create, and like the layout is really simple. Really, really simple. Like this. We have one column, one column, one thingy, one button, and one card. That's it. So I said yes, something that would please you to see me code on stream. I'm sure you would enjoy it. I don't know how much you would enjoy it, but yeah. I think the main issue that I would have here is the these two things, that I don't have the fonts loaded, so now they are SVGs like we did on the on White Panther website, but yeah. Does that work? Oh yeah. All right. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh. Ooh. Yeah. Right. Aha. Not the greatest. I don't think I can achieve that in Figma, like, easily. But yeah, at least we have that. It can resize itself potentially, so I guess. You mean in that design or in general? In general, I've worked in Blender for a while, so I don't know. In the realm of things that are similar to what you're doing, you probably have seen that go through the internet in the past months or so. Oh, you meant on the website, but still. But yeah, there is this thing that just uses 3D, or basically 3JS, to have 3D on your website. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of 3D on website, because most of the time it looks like this. Like 99% of the time it looks like shit. It is not powerful enough to be rendered properly, and textures are bad and all that. So I don't like it. But right when you have something like this, that makes more sense. But it's the same thing. Like, it is pretty bad when it comes to textures and renders. And even though I like the idea, it is pretty bad. But that's cool. Yeah, no, I know. It's what's the name of that guy? I forgot. Forgot the name of the person, but I don't think it's David, but it might be. They do be having like a very similar thing. Was it before Polywork? Yes. Definitely could be one of these. Fuck me. Always when I'm trying to look for something specific, can't find it. Anywho, there was this one where you have like a bit of a 3D transitions things, but I don't know. It feels better than the other ones, but it's still low renders. I hate this. This is better, but yeah. There was like there was one that I of course I can't find. Maybe it's Bruno's website, like personal website. Yes, it is. You thinking about this? So this is I'm controlling it with like it is extremely sensitive. But yeah. There's sound effects and shit. It is kind of wild to me. But it's still very bad when it comes to render. I don't know. There was someone that did something that was pretty cool. But I can't. I don't think I can find it. Maybe on the portfolio side, but it was shared on Twitter, so difficult to know if it has been republished here. I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me see, did I like it? I probably liked it, but I liked a lot of shit. Basically, the idea of that website was there was an input field on the center-ish of the page, and when you type something, it creates a block with the content of what you typed, and if the word that you used is something that is related to a link that is available on the website, then it becomes a link. It was really interesting. No. Where is that thing? As always, I remember how it looks, but I don't I think this one is just basically there's this first thing first, right? And here, if you try it and you type Twitter, for example, you didn't get like a Twitter blocks or things, which is interesting. Like some of the elements will be like so, some of them will be in different format. That's the newest trend of designers, which I don't know. But nah, that's not what I want to do. Yeah, not an option. So when it comes to this website, right, I have plenty of ideas as always, but I don't have ideas for content. We know what we need to have inside, right? That's these. But I hate that. But I need it. I need to showcase some products. Yeah. It's not really procrastinating. It's just I know what I like to do and what I don't like to do. You see the LTT video of Linus stepping down as a CEO and just doing videos and not doing CEO stuff. That's basically my point. I hate doing all the marketing for myself. It's the waste of my time. It's not where I excel, and it's not good for my mental health anyways, because I hate what I create every time. However, creating like the landing page design, the layout, the interactions, all that things, that, yeah, that's what I like. So it's just working smarter for myself. As I said, I should just hire someone. Makes more sense. What do you mean feel free to switch domain? What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Holy fuck. This floor is so bad. Give me a second. I don't know. I don't know if I would do that. We don't have a lot of things to do on your side. Or at least you haven't told me a lot of things to do on your side. Cat, take a break. Take a break. What do you mean you broke everything? Holy shit. Alright. We never know. Even the loader stops loading. Well, you broke your own website, which is fine. By the way, we will need to have a landing page for you at some point. Not saying that I will do it, but still. Right. Right. That's basically Nick's page, but better. Holy shit. We should have found this last time. Because that's useful. Anyways, I mean, there is a high probability for me being on the side of, I think it's Evervolt type of things, right? On what I would potentially create for you, Stony, if I create a landing page in terms of color scheme, not the design of the page itself, but in terms of color scheme, I think that purple works for you specifically, and they currently have enabled this thing, which is just an amazingly looking animation, which I like. And you can encrypt and decrypt things. And every time that you re-encrypt, the numbers, the things that are here are different. So this is the file encryption thingy. I like all the tiniest interactions that they created. It's just cute. It's just cute. The fact that they are dev'd and code based, that helps. But yeah, no, these things, these types of code potentially, with textures and shit, will probably happen on Stony's website at some point. Probably. I'm just saying, color scheme wise specifically, that bottom gradient thingy with the black background, I think. Yeah. Not for the animation. I don't expect the animation to be made for you on your side. And for these things, for example, for the texture and all that, I don't think that you need much. I think if it's an image, that would be better rather than code, like it is here, but for you specifically. But also if it's coded, dev'd, makes more sense. But yeah, also this is great. I love that. Yeah, if you want to have access to this, here's the link to Evervault. But yeah, no, Evervault and Warp are the two color schemes. I like this one as well, but it feels different. Feels different in terms of the thing that I would like agree with for your product, Stoney. I like some of the IDs, like this, I like that a lot, but I mean, it's the same color scheme, it's the same shit, like all of the fucking website of 2023. But it's currently associated with a lot of different things, and I don't know if that would work for you. But having like the glass effect, having that the black being a bit of a purple-ish thing, the purple being purple, that makes sense, and all that. It could happen. I'm not saying that it will, but yeah, could at some point. And then they did the thing that we did 2 weeks ago. What do you mean? Do you mean not going to work? By the way, if Red Bull wants to sponsor me, I'm here. Small creator in Japan. That's because of your implementation. There is a lot of website, this one included, that use a lot of blurs and a lot of things, and it works. And I don't understand why on your side it doesn't, because it shouldn't. Like it should work. Yeah, no, I get it. Like you can 100% blame me, and I can 100% blame you. But you can save what? But you know, these are amazingly looking websites with a ton of sub-level interactions. They make no sense for you. Neither do they for me. I don't know. I hate it. But yeah, no, we will need at some point 100% to have a website, like a landing page somewhere to showcase that. And that would mean oh cool. Well, that could also be a thing, yeah. I mean, I don't even know if YouTube has a YouTube landing page. Maybe there is a... No, the landing page is the landing page. Like it's this. All right.
AARMN is now following.
I guess. Hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Why am I on double? You know what? The Google Docs, Google Drive, Google... Right? Like Google Drive is big. They don't need to introduce themselves. Not anymore, but they still do. Like you still have a fully fleshed out landing page with features and things that you can have and do and do that. Like Gmail, same. Everyone has a Gmail address at some point or had. And their landing pages are not the greatest because, right, they are big enough so they don't need the biggest, best in class, most innovative landing pages, but they just work. And you have everything you need in there. So, it's I don't know. Study, I'm reading your last message and I don't understand. Since you have not said yes or no to that question, which question are you talking about? Because there is no question in your previous messages. Oh, I mean, it needs to happen at some point. There is a need for displaying the content of the app. As always, this is marketing content, so I hate it. But it needs to be done. So what can I say? Yeah. It will have to happen.
Norio is now following.
Norio, that sounds like that it's not how it's supposed to be pronounced. But hi, thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I don't know. It depends. It depends if I'm inspired or not. It depends if we have a clear scope of the currently available features of the project. It depends on plenty of things. I am sliding down on that chair, and you will lose me if that continues. That's not great. I don't know. I don't know if I'll do the landing page. If Denny has an ID already, I mean, that could be nice to have someone else work on the landing page. But it really depends. It really depends. The thing that I could recommend potentially is to use Framer or Webflow for the website. But yeah, Learn Travelers, hi. Cool. Yes, I'm happy to read that. That is great. See, that's the type of shit that I love to read. What do you mean it's not just a landing page? It is just a landing page. Like, it needs to be just a landing page with the most minimal things in it, and some documentation and or how to use FAQ features, whatever. It is just a landing page. Basically, here. Oh, also, yes, sorry, I'm just thinking about it right now. Not that it matters, like for real, but kinda. But Japan is known for second-hand stores where I can buy things that are used, and in these second-hand stores there are a lot of times cameras, and I was thinking of adding a secondary camera for no reason. For a secondary angle, so maybe we will have like a feed cam or something else. I don't know. I've been wanting more angles on stream. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why, but maybe. So I'm just throwing that out there. Potentially, maybe in a close future, there will be more angles on stream. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. The only thing that I hate about more angles is the transition in between cameras cannot be achieved really easily. So we'll see that. What do you mean by need pages? The help button is a different thing. It's not the main domain. It's not the landing page. Your help is the help center. Help center is basically a blog, and you have article inside of that. The content in there is written by you and not by me. But yeah. And ultimately, the Framer is the current best Yeah, that's it. Framer is the current best for website builder, no code-ish website builder with the ability of code. The reason why it's the current best, at least in my views, is the fact that if you have the design knowledge only, you can get away with something that is outstanding. If you have the code knowledge of React, you can just code inside of it and get something that is working. It is the stupidliest, most like the fastest upload that I've seen. Like, it's even faster than Webflow when it comes to publishing your website. You just click the button, it's basically done, depending on how fat your website is, of course. But yeah, the current also things of everyone having the exact same landing page like these, the templates that are available for not so much money, to be honest, are really cool. And like, you can really quickly get something that makes sense for you. Like, it's like, let's say I'm looking for personal portfolio type landing page. So, right, let's go into portfolio. In there, I will have some free options, some non-free options, some dark versions, not dark versions, whatever. And it's really cool. The amount of new templates that come out every day is outstanding. I hate it because people figured out that some people have made banks with these, and so they are creating a ton of templates for no reason. As in, they do one and then they sell it for $15, and then they do another one which is the same but in white, and then sell it for $15, and it's just a cash grab for most entrepreneurs, which I don't think they are. But right, let's say Hyper is one of your things that you want to have. This has been made in Framer. It's just amazing. Like, look at that. Look at that bitch ass thing. All that is Framer. The transitions, the animations, and so yeah. That, I don't know. Have you looked at Web Studio, or have you heard of Web Studio? Because they are basically just a copy of Webflow. They say it themselves. But yeah, Studio is pretty interesting in terms of base layout thingy. There is more and more options for no-code apps lately, and this one's one, Dora is one, Framer, Webflow. There is Macau, Block App. There is so much shit that could happen. Like, I mean, let me dunk on you, Norton, for not having a UI for a second. Look at this. Right? This is trash. This is trash UI. But they have a UI And you could have a UI that is trash for the first two-ish release, and not be like detail oriented in the first things. Like my main issue here is the inconsistency in the icons. Like these ones are 1 point, this is a 1.5, this is a 2 point, these lines are like 4, that makes sense. But then here you have a 1.5 there with a 2 points there, then there it's a 1.5 with a 1, and nothing makes sense. So we don't like that. The thing is, if you use something like, is it headless or is it radix? I think it's the radix primitive. Like if you use that to build your components and your base for all of the thing that you have, I am sure that, first of all, it looks great. I know that. But then second of all, you have 99% of the base component that you need. Maybe you will need to have another block to add on top of some things. And if you just start with these, you'll be good. Like, you can use Redux. I love Redux because it's great for accessibility and all that. You can use ARIA-Kit, which I love less, but still. This one is great for accessibility in general, but it's working. You can go with I think headless is also pretty okay. They have less components in my views, but they are good and they are Tailwind based, so pretty. Like if you use Tailwind in some situations, then it's easier to get there. I mean, I don't know enough to know the differences in between whatever and whatever, and whatever Svelte is per se. I've heard of it, but I can't say it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just it's a thing that I know, but that's it. And yeah, I don't know if they have things. That's true, Stitches is also something that I looked at a long time ago. What's the difference? Can you explain a bit about like svelte, not svelte thingy? Because I don't know what that is. What's the difference between Svelte and React? All right. That's always a thing that I have a hard time understanding, which is the rendered elements basically are HTML and CSS every time. So I don't know why it's an issue, but yeah. Yeah. All right. So I don't know if it's like, let's see that. I don't know if you could get Svelte on Radix. If you could, that would be neat, but maybe you can't. I don't know.
Rosso de Serra 24 is now following.
Rosso, thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Well, come on in. You made us pass the 70. We are 29 people away from 1,700 people following, which I appreciate. I appreciate that. I don't know. I feel like there has been things where maybe it could be implemented, or I mean, Svelte. But even then, that feels like a weird search. That's kind of false, Autumn. The red is wrong. Well, I mean, red is bad. Green is good. That doesn't really happen. And you can probably switch that. That's not true. It's true for you specifically in the part of the world that you are staying in, but in other parts of the world, your red is error is untrue. For example, in China or Asia, usually red is a very positive thing. And so when you have an error state in red, when you're looking at like trading algorithm, candlesticks in the down low are red for Eastern, like US, Europe, all that, and on top it's green. And in Asia, in some things they are swapped because it's positive to have money in the red on top, in China for example, and green is negative. So right, in some part of the world it doesn't apply, and a lot of people are not thinking about this. Yeah, most people don't think about other locations. That's kind of sad, but it's the same thing for buttons with icons and understanding well, icons with like iconographies without labels. So I mean, I've been saying that. I said that to Stony. I think Stony can attest of the benefits that we had since, but there are UI libraries that are available in the tech that you're using. I'm 100% sure of it. Like, I don't know which one would match with you. I don't know which one is the best. I don't know shit, but all I know is if you start with something that has been built rather than building it yourself, you will be faster. If in the future you want to do a full redesign, that's not an issue. You just need to be able to have the design library that you're using encapsulated into something that is reusable. If that's the case, then you would be fine. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You're not the first one who did that. But yeah, like look at I don't know if that's a thing that has a design similar to what you would like to have, but it's a thing. You have checkboxes, you have combo boxes, you have forms for some reasons, you have loaders, whatever. It's everything from Carbon. Carbon is great, and it's in Svelte, so use that. Use that. I can. 100%. Seems like yes. Am I overblown? I am overblown, right? That's a bit much. That's kind of better. I'm still overexposed. So you said what? So if I go into the dashboard help, right here is where I'm supposed to see things. That's what you're saying? All right. Yes, that's true. I will destroy families again. This thing is getting disabled for some reason by some website. Was the music dying for you too, or was it just me? That was crazy. Alright. It's good to know that it's just me, but still. Shit. Was stuttering so much. Um, and Autumn, before I reply to what you said, because I kind of want to, and it makes sense, right? I'm not saying anything that is bad, but it is bad. But it's not it's not like targeted toward you specifically, but you are currently in the stage of any new creators, and Stony have had the same issues in the past, and now it's better, but it still happens so from time to time. You want to create the most perfect thing in what you have in your head on the first version of the thing that you are creating. And that is your issue currently, where you are trying to achieve the most polished, most flexible, most open source, most whatever, accessible for people things, even before you're 100% sure that people could use a bare-bone version of that tools. That is not priority. So what needs to happen for you is you need to define what is necessary and what isn't necessary. I know, but at least you have had something working.
Lufra_design is now following.
Showcaseable. Lufra, hi. Thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. So the Autumn, the thing is, I have never it's not good enough. It's not good enough to rework your code base, full recode of your code base, whatever, if there is no product to showcase. I'd rather have, you see the website that I showcased earlier. Which is currently a newer version of my current website. Right, that is the current state of my website. It's there, it's working, you can click on shit, it does basically a very, very similar job to the one that I'm rebuilding somewhere in there. I forgot where it is now. Here. Right? It's the same base. It's just moving things around. Right? But I have something that works. On Stony's side, we have this, which is working. And I mean, should. Right, so that exists. But we are currently working on this to revamp the UI, revamp some of the behaviors, make sure that things are better for the user and all that. But this is still a thing. It has the same base, it's an option, it looks dated, it looks bad in my views, but it's not. Right? but it's working. It's an app. It's accessible. It's all that, and this is a self-hosted version. That way, it's the legality of things are going back to the hoster, the host. But there is something working for you. I haven't seen much in either the Discord or some of the updates, potential things. Not that you needed to, but right. Could have. So the thing that I'm saying is, if you can create something that is basically a proof of concept of how it works with basic native browser-based components, right? If you do a select, or if you do a button, you will have a button, you will have a select, you will have a drop down, you will have these things exist in basic HTML, CSS. So you can have that. The styling on top of them is not necessary to be a thing in the first release, in the second release, in the third release, not necessary. In the 10th to 20th release, after bug fixing and all that, yes, maybe you can think about a revamp of the UI, but if the first one is crappy looking, and the second one is still crappy, and the third one is better, then you're kind of winning. But at least you have something to test your product on. You have potentially some investors that sees the potential of the app. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, getting something to show is mandatory. Yeah. What I would say is, if you have a hard time with the design of things being the native selector, the native checkboxes, the native things of the browser being as ugly as they are, because they are ugly, try to find a solution like the library that I just sent earlier from Carbon, or if you can move things to Radix for the virtual UI things, whatever, do that. But if you don't want to use like React and Svelte combined into one project, which I don't know if it's a feasible thing, I don't think it's a good idea, but maybe it is, I have no clue, I'm not a dev, do that. I mean, just release something. That will always be the point that I will make when you are trying to create a new tool, a new app, a new website, a new something. Just release something. The first version that is released and accessible to people will have bugs, will have issues, will not be exactly the thing that you want, but you can improve on top of that later. It doesn't mean that your first version is bad, but it will be bad compared to your 10th version, 100%. And for the example that we have on my side, for example, the project that we are working on in my company, French company, have I logged in on this one? Yes. Can I load that? Where you at? So this is this is the current state of our product. I designed that with a specific design in mind some time ago, we'll say that. And yes, it's more designed than the basic native thing, because we've worked on that for, I mean, I've been at that company for almost 6 years now, so, right. That take a hit, but then the current state of where we want to push things is here. So that's where I want to have things in the near future, and that's where we are right now. So you can see how the design of it changes. It doesn't mean that it will change everything when that design is implemented, but it could. But at least in the meantime, we have clients right now that are using that version of it, and they give us feedback, and that impacts the render that I'm doing on this one, which has been updated since it has been made the first time, which I don't even know if I have them here. I don't think I do. Maybe on this one, maybe on, not on landing, sorry. I think it's on application. So some of the first iteration for that newest design, and I know that it's a bit of a different subject because I'm talking design-wise. Of course. But that was one of the first option right here. So it had like a bit of a double-sided navigation thingy, and I thought it was a good idea. And then we moved it above and not above, and swapped things out, make sure that it worked, didn't work, change for a sub-level thing. But so it evolved with time based on client feedbacks. That's basically what I'm saying, right? So the faster you get something out, the better it will be. And like, we've known each other. Do you have like, can you do a follow age thing? I don't know if it works on my side, but yeah. Yeah, kinda. I think it doesn't work. I think it doesn't work. I think if you, I mean, you're following since April 23rd, 2021. Yeah, following at least on Twitch. So since 2021, April, which is soon, which is not soon, which is not so long ago, you have yeah, we have an issue on that one, Stony. You have had, at least as far as I know, no version that I could access to without you. Damn. And 2021 is 2 years ago. So even though things happen in your life and schools and shit and right, all that, I haven't seen anything. And we've been talking about you getting a UI since you started, basically. But yeah. Don't worry, me. Same for me. So, right. I don't know. I just like for not comparing both of you, but for Stony, I've seen app, I've seen dev, I've seen beta, I've seen, I think refactor. You also have that. I mean, I've seen a lot of subdomains for things on Phil's side, vidmount. I have seen dev, beta, and refactor. VS Code is also a version, yes, I think so. So, well, you all have different things, but I've seen versions of their tools that I could interact with and potentially go in the Chrome Dev Tools and tinker, moving things around, making sure that it works and all that. So yes, your drive for perfections went too far, and I appreciate it. Like, it's great. You use your app the most, but you can't use dev right now, right? I mean, I think you use app, or do you mean you use app the most, or you use No Mercy the most? Which side do you the most? Which the most are you? Which side, right? Good. Good. So, right. I've had the same thing in the beginning of my designer years, where I wanted the thing that I designed on Sketch to be as close as possible to what the dev were creating, and I was the most annoying designer when I started, and I'm still the most annoying designer when it comes to details sometimes, but with years I've come to realize that sometimes it's not worth the effort of trying to get the thing exactly the same. And sometimes it's not even worth the effort to have a design for something that can just use basic variables and not have a UI, just follow the Google Chrome thing, or whatever browser you're using. Native components are good most of the time. That's cool. I didn't hear everything, Stony, last time because the morning I kind of was working at the same time, and also I left kind of fast. But I'm happy that the feedback helped in a way. So, Autumn, restating what I stated already. If you can, get yourself a UI kit based thingy that you can use, that you feel comfortable in using. That feel overblown. Oh, fuck's sake. And yeah, and that should be enough usually. That feels weird. Trying to get the camera a bit further away from my face. So yeah, you mean now? No, I don't think so. I mean, I want to go to the bathroom. I want to have more distance from the camera. That's what I'm doing. I feel like it's a nose stream every time, and I hate it. Yeah, thank you. By the way, did you hear the sound, Stony? I think you did, but cool. So I kind of fixed some of the alerts. The thing is, if we have another person redeeming drink right now, you won't have the sound. But if you redeem some other sound in between, then that will work. Then I need to find a way to do that again. Anyways, I need to pee. Give me a second. What happened? So, Stoney, let me explain, so that you can see, and right. Basically, what happened is now to get the sound alerts, I needed to create a scene with all the sound nested. That's the thing that we talked about some time ago. And basically it uses source togglers to enable just one of these things. And so whenever sound needs to be enabled, it just does that, which you hear because it's visible, but then it needs to be disabled if I want it to work through. And I can't really I don't use the scene transition that Fahrenheit used. No, not yet. So I could, but not just now. So the enable is set through Atom here. And so basically what I need to do is on the sound alerts themselves, I need to, so I have a change source visibility thing right here. I need to duplicate that with a delay. So I change source visibility again, and it's hidden, and it's after delay, and the delay should be somewhere around the length of the audio file. So if I do like a 20-second thing, we should be fine, right? Like it should work, but I don't want to have like a, how can I say that? Arbitrary values. And so in order to make that work, I need to go into each of my sound files and make sure that they are specific length of delays, which is fucking annoying. But basically right now, if I'm not wrong, if I do that, you hear it, and then after a specific amount of delay, it should, which is 20 seconds, it should go into hidden. But right now, either 20 seconds is long, but yeah, it just did. So on this one, it could be like 3 seconds. On other ones, it could be something else. So yeah, it's annoying. I don't know what Tony said because I didn't read chat. Give me a second. Tony, what you said? Let me read shit. We could switch to an empty element. No, I can't do that. And Autumn, yes, if you want to share a link on Discord or something, please do so. So there is no, I mean, let me say that. There is an option to have a source that has a media inside to be automatically disabled when it hands. That's a thing that exists. It's a script.
JD Does Dev is now following.
JD, thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. So there is a script for OBS that exists that does exactly that. So it basically switch off any scenes, media-based scenes for you. And because of source togglers, because I have only one at a time, that would work. However, the issue that I have is if you disable a source while it's supposed to be playing, then the sound doesn't go through entirely, and I hate it. So yeah, it's complicated. Let me just click on that. And JD said, oh, you're on the Clo side. Yeah, I'm also part of the Clo team, if that I don't say it enough. But welcome from the Clo, appreciate that. Oh yeah, on Friday I missed the entire stream. I basically went to bed when she started streaming. Oh yeah, maybe. It depends. I mean, if you're streaming as well, you can probably get in. Just needs to apply. I think on Clo.team or the Clo.team or the Clo.team.stream, I forgot what the fucking thing. I think you have a form to apply if you want to get in. After that, it's on the sides to the side. I need to click a button before we continue. It is currently extremely cold in this flat because the AC has been running at 22 degrees because outside it is currently 27, 26, and I'm on the last floor right under the sun, so that's not great. Yeah, I saw the link, I clicked on it, it's opened on the side. It's just I'm just waiting. Not waiting, I'm just answering chat. That's it. And that taking some time. Yeah, all right. So we can click on it and we can open the file. All right, so let me open that in here so that I can zoom in and zoom out more easily. Shit. Can you give me a bit of information? What's your issue? Why do you want to have different experiences? Have you seen Microsoft Excel? Do you know? Because Excel has the same UI for expert and non-expert, and it still works. And if you know what you do or what you are supposed to do, you can go into expert mode and basically just write function and and variables and shit. And if you don't know that, you can don't do it, and the UI doesn't bother you anyways. So I think it's a good I think it's a good example of very powerful and complex apps, even though Microsoft's been there for decades. But yeah. Yeah, what I'm saying is not having an overloaded UI, it's just having a simplified UI for both teams, and the one that knows that they can do things will do it anyways. So it's a behavior change rather than a visual change, right? If you know that if you're on Excel and you can't know that you can type like a function, you will never type it. But if you know, you will type it and it works. But yeah. Anyways, let me reread that. I got a size panel. How do I show class overrides of different selectors? I mean, you kind of have it here. How do I display the combined style results like in Webflow? How do I allow for better writing management? This is Webflow? No, what's that? Okay, let me be clear here. I don't understand the issue, and I don't understand the UI at all. First of all, because I'm not a user of Webflow, so I can't correlate with what you've created and what they have. And maybe the explanation is not exactly what I'm expecting. But you have a class that defines a style to an element, and then you have a combo class, which is just button dash light or button dash dark. I don't know. What do you call a selector? So is your selector the column hover? Is that the thing? Which basically is the state. So you have your class, and then your state, which is your selector. Yeah. Is it called a selector? Isn't it called state? Like, isn't that the that thing right here? Like toggle element state? Isn't that the ID? you're basically I mean, showcasing dot hover, which is that, I mean, what I call dot hover, but all right. So you want to showcase that parent, or hello for that matters, the entirety of the selectioned elements, so parent on hover plus child1 plus child2, are combined. Is that the thing? Yeah. Yeah, they are listed here. Like dot. These two things, I'm guessing. This one is the selector type thingy next to the class. I think. I don't know. Not a dev. Yeah. Damn. Sturdy, that's heavy. Alright, so this, let me be here for a second. The selector that is applied to an element define the style of the elements in said selector. So if it's a string with multiple, like dot parent, dot child1, dot child2, it will style all of the elements that have these classes, and you want to showcase which style is the current active one. I think, all right, so before I switch to something else, I think this is too technical for me right now. I mean, I kind of understand it, but I cannot understand the issue, because if the issue is to display what is affecting what, then you should display I could do that. We should display what is affected anyways, and so that means that your design is kind of working. You shouldn't have multiple UIs anyways. Like, this is working, except that I wouldn't do multiple rows. I would just do one fucking thing that wraps, because, right, that makes more sense. The thing is, it's not an issue of beginners, non-beginners. Like, if it's just an information of these styles have been applied to these things that have been selected, because, I mean, I'm extremely literal when it comes to wording, so if you use selected, that means that something is selected. If it's not, like, if it shouldn't be called selected. Anyways, if it's just displaying information and not something that is editable, then I do not need to have that design, because that design implies modification available. Kinda. The list that you have here, even though that's like a lot, but a list like this could work as like selector affecting div blocks. You could have just a list with all the things. But then if you're saying that you can edit the selectors which apply styles, I think there is an issue in my understanding of things, which makes sense. But let me just do that for a second to see if that makes sense. So you have your shit. You have your element, or whatever you want to call it, your div element things. Did you share? What is that? Can you explain that? That makes not sure I get it. It's just one second. let's not call that something that makes no sense to me. So, question, can shit. I mean, it's probably going down rather than up, but can or is this what you're saying, or am I making a mistake? All right, so your div element right here, which in that thing is the class name. I mean, right now it's class names. On your example earlier was your div called whatever hello, right? So this is my div element that has my thing. It has it receive kinda. It has a class, and then the styles are applied to the class, right? Am I right here? No. Damn it. That double E every time. Does that make more sense? You know I need visual reinforcement. Because the style can only be applied to a class, right? The div is the element, I mean, technically, I should even get rid of that. Right? And so these styles are applied to the class name, and if I understand properly, yeah, but you define the element by its class. You can't, like, I mean, class name is basically the div name. Yeah. Yeah, but the ID is, I mean, makes less sense maybe, but you need at least the ID to define what elements you are, because if you don't, you basically are doing this, which is not really an ID, but it's an ID, right? It's like global asterisk applied to everything, right? Yeah, but it's replacing the ID. Like it's an override of I mean, it's basically saying any ID equal this style. So any div and any elements that you have needs to have a name, which is the ID, and then if you don't have a name, it has a name that is auto-generated but not displayed, and you can apply things to anything related to divs and content elements on your page, and yeah. Get that working. So it's makes no sense to me, but yeah. I don't think I understand why you struggle. I think you, I mean, in my understanding, which currently I don't understand, it's, I think you struggle to explain the situation in a way that someone that is not a dev can understand. And the thing is, as long as you have the inability to explain things to someone that is not on the technical side, you will have issues to create something that is understandable by the non-technical side. The benefits of explaining to someone that is not technical is the people that are technical understand it anyways. So if it's explained for someone who is like me, doesn't understand technical, then it's fine. If it's someone who is technical, they will understand it because they know how things should be. And it shouldn't be just for devs. I disagree with that. Like, they should not, you shouldn't, absolutely shouldn't have position specific UI, position job title specific UIs, or limitation based on job titles. I think personally it's more of a matter of behavior. I think it's more of a behavior thing. If I retake my Excel example, if I go on Excel, I don't have like a dev mode or a professional mode. I have Excel, and it works, and it's simple enough UI that if I'm a beginner, right, and I don't know Excel, I have my things and I have my tools and I can click on the shit. But if I know how to write like a function, or if I don't, right, if I don't, I will go in here. If I do, I will directly type things in here. And that's a behavior change, not a UI change. It's a very specific thing. And for me, I wouldn't even bother having different UIs, because you will end up with issues, which are exactly what you're encountering right now, which you're trying to complexify your UI and your product by getting a power user mode and a non-power user mode, which implies, as you said, implies that you will need different pages, different types of things, different... Damn it. Is that a bit too much? That's fine. Yay. Right? I don't... Yeah, that... I get it. I don't get it. It's not... What it feels like from what we've said so far is you're trying to get something that shouldn't exist. Because you feel like you don't have, or more likely, you feel like the complexity of the thing that you want to create is not understandable by some people, which I get, but that is a complicated statement and shouldn't. And it, I mean, let me not rephrase, but like maybe recenter on some of the thing that I've said. I don't think it needs a different UI framework. I think it needs the same UI framework, just elements that are displayed when needed in some situations. So for example, on my side of things, I have a workflow builder. That workflow builder is only accessible by people that are manager, basically, some specific level of admin. But it uses the same UI framework. I don't think it's depending on difficulty. I think it's supposed to be depending on access. So for the same example on Stoney's website is the some of the things here, right on the I think I got disconnected and connected. In the settings or in the dashboard, you wouldn't be able to access this if you are not someone who has or who is the owner of the server. So if you like are in the same household, but you are the wife and you don't have the admin privileges manager, then you don't have access to all of this, or you have access to a limited amount of things. Right, you don't have a shutdown, you don't have the pause button, you probably don't have access to anything, you just have access to your preferences, which are personal preferences, but the entirety of the dashboard thing is just not visible. If the thing that you are trying to do, Autumn, is that having something that is only accessible for some admin level things.
H3110_FR13ND5 is now following.
Hello, friends. Hi. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. And I like how John said your name. So the thing that I was about to say, Autumn, is here it's an entire page, an entire feature that is not accessible if you don't have the knowledge. The thing is, from what you are showcasing here, it looks like, maybe I'm wrong, but it looks like this is part of the main builder. So if I'm taking Webflow as an example, right, that thing is the right side panel. It is accessible by everyone, and it's just in some situation you have something depending on the user knowledge, and that's where I'm not for it. If it was just I have X level experience with that thing, then I see some panels maybe, but you can't hide or show depending on how much time the user has spent on the platform. Like it makes no sense. And I wouldn't mind, once again, going back to Excel because it's a pretty good example. As a fucking noob in Excel, personally, if I go into the formula variable thing, I can create a formula by clicking on buttons and having the things, and if I'm an expert, I will type the formula directly. And it works, but it's the same experience in the end. Like it's the same rendered element, it's in the exact same spot, and so the feature just have two different access points. And I do think your way of explaining the thing doesn't make any sense to me, and until or unless we find a way to communicate in a way that makes sense for a designer based, the feature that you are trying to build doesn't work and will not work. Try to type in chat rather than in Figma. Because, you know. And so from the previous message that you just said, you basically are showcasing this. The UI mode in simple or normal, that is like more of an advanced thing right now, because I have things that have been made in other like non-simple, just I'm swapped automatically to normal, which I think is a weird thing. I need to talk about, talk to Dust about that, because I kind of hate it, but that's a personal thing. Yeah, because I don't have the technical understanding in most situations, Stony. We communicate pretty well most of the times, and you explain things pretty well, but there are some situations where I'm still a designer. I don't know all the tenets of the code base and all how things should behave, not behave, like all that. So yeah, it's complicated, but most of the time we figure things out at some point. Because you're not a client. So I hate that simple, normal UI change. That's in my views, that's a dumb thing. If you are talking about things like, I don't have access to that here. If you're talking about things like this, design, prototype, inspect, as 3 different sub-level views of the same panel, then maybe, but simple and normal is something that you should avoid at all costs, because it doesn't help you are building something that is not achievable in a version 1. Think about minimizing your impact on your own personal build, because right now you are trying to create something that it's not a collapsed element. And if it is a collapsed element, then I want it to be displayed anyways. I'm listening. I mean, I'm waiting. Please do. Because I want to understand the thing. If I don't understand, I can't help. If I can't help, it's no good. Yeah, then that's what I just showcased at the top of Figma. Like if it's 3 very distinctive, different things, then yeah, fine. Like the top section of Figma is like, if you call that Figma, Chrome, and VS Code, right? And it changes the UI. As a concept, I'm just talking about this. I'm not talking about the left side, right? Just talking about this, changing the UI. That's fine with me, because it's this UI here for the design thing is a very specific design per se, The second one is a very specific design, and the third one is a very specific design. These three tabs have three very distinctive features, whereas what I understood here is that view would also be here if you are on and that's where you fuck me up, because if you say that it expands the feature, that means that you have the same elements on everything, and that makes no sense. By the way. Like if you are saying, where can I do that? I think on Stony side we have something that works like this. So I think it's on your encoder profiles. Drink! Thank you. Fuck. Don't worry about it. It's also very late in France. It's 3 in the morning for regular viewers, so don't worry about it. You don't you have the thing where the we talked about it, right, where you said something about if you select advanced or whatever, you have more more options. That was a thing at some point, right? Well, it turns out that even that one doesn't have anything. I broke nothing. One second. I do remember. Holy shit, that was weird. That is bad. That's bad. That's bad. Anyways, the didn't you have a thing? One second, brain is making connection. Connections. All right. Don't worry about it. I had a thing. Right. That's maybe a similar thing, right? If you're in a manual schedule, you do things manually, so you don't have any settings. If you're on an automatic schedule, then you have settings that pops under, and that makes sense when it's like such a splitted option. From what I understand from you, right, you have something similar to this, or at least that's what I understand, but you have things that are like way more similar in 1, 2, or 3, whereas you would have form that has, like, I don't know, 2 input fields, and then Excel that will have the same 2 input fields plus 2 more, and then Typeform which would have the same 5 plus 6 more because it's the most advanced thing. And that is where it doesn't make sense to me, because, and that's why I hate this thing on Atom right now, because I have things that have been set up in the normal mode. I cannot go back to simple ever. And if you have something that populate the current UI with something more advanced because the user decide to go in more advanced view, then you are basically locked into that more advanced view. The reason being, if you go back into simple, but you have things that have been set up in normal, then you can't see the thing that you have set up in normal, meaning that you cannot edit the thing that you have created. So for you, if you do changes on expert and then you go back to simple, right? You don't know that you have, if you are a team of multiple people, you don't know why your thing is not working as expected, because something has been set up in expert, but you are not the expert because you are seeing things in simple, in which case you are fucked because you don't understand why the thing that you're trying to do in simple doesn't work, because it has like some types of override in expert, right? So like there is a need for displaying things to say things have been set up there, or you can do things like let me just do, maybe stream will kind of be weird. If I'm recording something here, let's say I'm recording that thing for one reason, I don't know, right? This is pretty simple overall. It just has, it's just cool things, whatever. Click on shit, open, not open, whatever. This here makes sense to me, right? So I have what? Sorry, I need to finish this. So this makes more sense, right? If I have simple features, which are the background, definition of the background, right? I set up stuff. And then body is something a bit more advanced when I have things potential available. And then expert, something else with features. And it's not expanding on the current list of things that are available, if that makes sense to you. It's way more easier for me and for anyone else to understand that this is the simple view, followed by the more median view, followed by the expert view on the same tab and the same like layout things. That way you can have something like the classic teeny tiny dot, red dot, saying that this has been updated, or this has some changes or whatever, like an active state, saying that the expert view has some changes, but it makes more sense to have very splitted things. However, for the thing that you are trying to create, and that's where you will absolutely say yes, basically you are expanding on a sub feature of the first one. So it's like you have selector that it will be in simple, but then you have selector affecting div block, which would be in expert mode. And that is expanding things, where for me, if that is really the case, No, I know this is expect selector, but you would have some things that is, you should have selectors in simple view. Like regular user could have the ability to add selectors, just not as flexible, as in-depth as the expert view. And for me, I would just have a tab with the selectors, with everything inside. Like I really think you shouldn't, for this, and that's, again, this specific use case that is just selector, that is the only one that you showcase, and I'm sure that there is plenty of other options with flexibility of more expert mode needed. But for that selector option, what I would do is have, if the selector affecting div block is the thing for expert view, I would have that in a sub-level drop-down underneath. That would make more sense to me. Japan is good. Japan is hot right now, but yeah, Japan is pretty good. So I'm sure that that's not exactly the case, but you know. If you had this as an option, for me at least, that right, if you have this as an option, well, the bot doesn't exist because I'm on the Mac, I'm not on the PC. Stony, that's the reason. But like this makes more sense to me. Like this is the panel every time. And if you are someone that knows that the selector affecting whatever is like an expert mode, no, then you just expand the fucking thing and you're good. Because if you go with something like, I will do something weird here, but let's say right, let's say you are on I should have done that the other way, right? Right, let's say you have like a Not a conditional feature activation. It's just, it's there. It's the user define if they want to see that. No, it's not. But that's simple. Then you have a bit more flexibility. And let's say that this currently is the activated one. Let me do that here. Right, so that's option 1, which I think is the best option. That would be option 2, which basically is getting that out. And this one is the activated option. Right, so active state, whatever. This is simple, and then you move to something else, and then you move to something else. Let's just not do the intermediate because I don't have it, but right, in your views of things, that would be this, and you have that activated, right? That's your two things. Cool. I don't know what that makes for me, Stony, but yeah. I don't think it impacts me in any ways. Right, so if you, let's get rid of the central things because that's useless right now. If you had this as your behavior of simple and expert mode, right? This is what you wanted to do, and that feature, like here, requires the user knowledge that the feature exists. That's the first thing. And then that requires the user's knowledge that they have a potential split in feature availability based on what they want to see. And so they have a switch toggle, whatever, that showcase more stuff thing. For me, because I'm always in a teaching, not hiding things option, someone who is new, right, would have this collapsed as default because that's where you start. Someone who knows what that is, click on it, expand, whatever, do the thing that they need to do. Someone who doesn't know will say, oh, what's this? And then maybe when you expand it, you have a bit of an explanation text right there that says affecting selectors or blah, 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 whatever. And then that way, a person that is or was in the simple knowledge base now becomes in the medium knowledge base because they learn something from your tool. And that's much better. So if you have, like, I wouldn't personally have things hidden anyway, if they are part of the same feature. So if it's like an advanced option of selectors, then it's just a drop down underneath, and it's here. And maybe you have like a secondary selector thing that is a bit more advanced also, and it's just inside of it. The thing is, if you have the icons here, you will end up with a thing on the div, you will end up on the thing on the selectors, you will end up on the thing on the IDs, you will end up on the same thing on everything, and that makes no sense. Like, that's what we call redundancy, repetition, and that's bad. We don't like that in UI, so I wouldn't I wouldn't do that. I think this is a bad idea, and showcasing information is better than hiding it. And then you can also have I don't know how Framer is doing it though. I don't think they do it, to be honest. Yeah. Less reloading, that's good. That is good. We used to have like auto reloading things that every time that I charged or loaded this thing, that I needed to reload the entire page. So here, for example, like these plus thingies, if I needed to have, I know there are some very specific things where I could add stuff. Right, it's basically this. I mean, I can't really zoom in that UI, sorry. But basically I have a shadow here, and if I wanted to add a shadow, I would click on that, and for the sub-level selector, it would basically need to say, do you want to have the selector impact more things? And then you say yes, and basically on clicking on the plus, you add the secondary selector. Like it feels like it's an option to me, but I don't know. Like, it's easier to just not display a section rather than hide it completely. Sorry, not display. Collapse a section. I don't know. And you see these things like page, layers, assets, 3 very different views of like base data. I really think like you should have on Webflow, you have something very similar, if I remember correctly. You do have let me load that. Right, you have like the style related, ID related, style manager, and interactions. And so basically, if I want something more in depth, it would be here, but I don't know. I'm 100% sure that it's because of my lack of knowledge on that specific topic, being I don't use no code builder at all. I don't use code builder at all. And because your app is a no-code builder, things kinda it's going back to what we usually say, which is make sure that you know which target audience you have, in which case for your things you are targeting people that don't have the knowledge. The thing is, that's not true. You can't target everyone. And if you target everyone, you need to cater to the dumbest one. That's the truth. You need to first cater to the most unwilling to learn, unknowing type of user base, in order to make sure that everyone else will understand. It is possible to target to me. Like, I think I have an app. That is pretty nice. Like here, I have a very simple UI, and I get it. Like, it makes sense. It's dumb enough for me to understand where my tools are, because it makes sense in the sense of where things are supposed to stay when I'm coming from like a design tool. So they are usually here, similar to like Figma is usually here. Tools are here, Sketch is center, XZ is here as well, Framer is here, right? So you have like all of these things, like Webflow is here, which is weird, but it's not really tools. But you have some things here. So, right, you get something that is familiar and understandable, and for someone dumb like me, I get it. It makes sense. I need a shape. Give me shapes. Cool. Done. It's there. I don't need to think. And then if I know, right, I know that my shift key helps me to get the aspect ratio. If I don't know, then I will just try that to make it the same size. But, right, pretty simple. Forget that. This point, right? Simplest things that you can have in order to cater to the people that cannot understand complexity. That's the idea. Like, when you have a complex app, you need to make sure that either you have admin levels, and depending on the user credentials, then you display specific things, in which case you can have multiple base UIs, or you get the same UI for everyone with the ability to expand it if needed. And basically the expanded if needed is the thing that can be expanded are displayed even if you are not an expert, you're not whatever. but they are here. So for me as a Figma expert, right? If I'm on that column right here and I play the DOM user, I don't know that auto layout is a thing. I don't play auto layout. I'm just on a regular frame. But then I can see on my sidebar that I have an option called auto layout, and I don't know what that is. And if I click on it, it adds something, it changes stuff, and I have some more informations that I didn't have before. But it doesn't need me to go into a very specific mode for the entirety of the page, saying like simple mode, and I don't have auto layout or layout grids or whatever, and I just have like the fill color, the stroke, and maybe the sizes, and that's it. That's the simple mode. And then in the medium mode I have styles, which are different, and then on the expert mode I have the effect and the auto layout and all that are showcased. No, I want all of my options all the times, and if I know what I'm doing, I click on auto layout, I have my auto layout thing, we're good. If I don't know what I'm doing, I will never click on auto layout, and I will still have the same result, and I will be fine with it. So that's my base point, right? It's just making sure that all the features that you want to have are displayed and available if needed, but I think you can. Like if you look at how Framer has built some of their things, like they have these, which I kind of like. Maybe I'm not understanding what you're talking about exactly, but they have these things where like you can build pre-made elements or have pre-made elements right here really quickly, and maybe that works. I don't know. But maybe it doesn't. Well, and Stoney, to go back to your first above message of difficult to have UX that works for 99% of people, yes, it is. But also, probably 90% of the tools that you are using on the daily are accessible by 99% of the people. So, like if you think about your phone, the thing that you have on them, your computer when you are using Google, when you are using like regular websites, these things are understandable and accessible by people. They are kind of complex when you think about them in what goes behind. They are kind of complex, but they still works. So, yeah. And for finding frameworks incredibly frustrating, I find Webflow incredibly frustrating for me. Like Webflow is just bad. I have never really had the time to understand how things were working in there, whereas in Framer it's kind of making sense because it's the same as Figma. So the landscape of things is, you have Figma that is basically just for visual, you have Framer that is just for visual plus some code, you have Webflow that has basically visual but really code based, and then you have VS Code, right? That's the scale of things for me. And Framer is Dreamweaver if you go back in time, but you probably don't know that. And yeah, I mean, it makes more sense to me because it's visual and I'm a visual person. And Webflow makes no sense to me because the little amount of code knowledge that I have is going against the logic of Webflow. Like, there are a lot of things in Webflow that could have been made, or could be made in like 2 lines of code, in 4 lines of CSS, and you can't do it. You need like 6 to 7 clicks to achieve like a flexible shit that works. Where in code, if you know your basic flex values, just do the thing. You don't need to think about it. Yeah, so I don't know. It's a weird thing. It is a weird thing. Yeah. And also, one of the things that I do, maybe that can help you, Autumn, for the definition of what should be displayed. On my side, on our app, on the dashboard thing that we're building, I always build for the most advanced level of permissions. So like super admin level that have access to everything. That is what I'm building the UI for. And then I know that anyone under is just, this thing is in display now, or this thing is in a collapsed menu, or that thing should be in something different, or just right out not accessible. But if you build the most complex thing in the first run, then you can cater to the dumbest, like least technically inclined people by just saying, well, this is a way too complex thing to show as a default view. Let's put it under a drop-down menu, or let's put it under a collapsible menu, accordion menu, or just hide it entirely unless something else happens. The main thing for me is just not changing the UI while you are in the UI. So adding like an element because you added something that add a sub feature, yes. But adding it because you did a toggle and that's a thing that is needed for the elements, it's just weird. I guess the auto layout option that I just showcased was a pretty good representation of that. Making sure that, like, if I add the auto layout is there, and so then you have the settings to edit it and make it move and update. But if it's not there, then it's not there, and there is no way to, or no use to display it other than you have the ability to add one if you know what you're doing. I think that makes more sense. Yeah. I think. But I don't know. At this point, I don't know. Holy shit. Sorry. You're welcome. I just look at someone to rate and they've been live for 9 hours and 40 minutes. That is not a good time to rate someone. Unless they usually do long ass stream, but they don't have anything on the schedule. It is late. I'm supposed to be at work more. Let's say that. Shall we? I'm kind of tempted. Ah, fuck. You say that, but that's not exactly true. Some of them might not. And I don't know about that. What's your question, Stoney? Before I go, maybe I can answer it and just like... I don't know. Yeah, we ended in the specials, but with the thing that you've done, let's go there for a second. You've made that in the LNA. So if we use the thing that we have on Figma, right? A grid base with elements. Here, on that view, I would get a grid that has the same values as a starting point. I would, however, not do that. Is there a way for you to get the I mean is there a way for you to have the flexible grid in both directions, not just in one? Like right now I can't do that and then this. Like on this one, these things need to follow. Like I can't have
bad
one by one things, right? because it would be great if you could do that, right? If you could like really mess up the grid and potentially even do that, right? I think that would be better. You might. I really think that this would be the best option. Because shit. Right. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that would be the splitter that we saw last time. That is true. I don't know. At this point. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, fuck me. The other idea that I have is... I guess more complicated and at the same time easier, potentially. I'm saying more complicated because of the you see what I'm saying? Welcome back. So that's the base thing that I wanted in the first place, right? You have your tools, which for you is these things, and then you want an image thing, you can place it and resize. There are points, but whatever. Right? The thing here is the magnetism of that grid. So you can probably see, like if I'm not on the dots, if it would place itself, that way you have something. And so that's where I was going for last time, saying that these basically have 8 by 8 pixel block grid, and then you can resize shit based on that. And so if you're in between two of these things, it will just expand to match the content. This, for me, would be the best option in a way, because you don't display the grid per se, you just have your content and it just works. Just place itself where it needs to be placed, meaning that here for you, you would have something like this, which is not. I mean, that is Canva, so potentially yes, but I don't think that's a good idea. But potentially yes. So if you do that, or if you take that as an ID, and I said that before, right? You get something like this. I appreciate that. Don't travel. Thanks a lot for lurking. Have a good dinner time. Extrapolation. Oh. You mean for me? Have a good rest of your night, Milton, as well. It is 4 a.m. Yeah, it's Stony is at the same time zone right now. Are you sure that it defeats the goal? Again, Stony. I'm asking once again because last time, it's not your job to be here. We had a chat about it. Lols. No, I'm not saying dropping at HTML. I'm just saying having a grid that is basically a Canva that lets the user place things whatever the fuck they want. That's it. Not not a different thing. Shit. Well, fine. Right. That is the dumbest thing that I did in a long time. So basically, what I have in mind is you would have breakpoints, but it would be a tad bit more complicated to master, I guess. What I would do is, or would be, let's say you get your central blocks, these ones, to be kind of highlighted, and that's your max width, like a page. And so if you're on a screen that is like this one, that is a 1600 thing, you have just these ones that are highlighted, that are displayed, that ensure that if you are on the smaller screen, it's just visible. And that way the person can place like a poster, an item, a thing, whatever, and it's just in Canva, and so they can place things on top of each other. If they wanted to have like a thing like here, right, on here, if I duplicate that and I place it here, I can. And so for your use case being, you wanted to have what did you want to have? You wanted to have the ability to have like actors and shit side by side or next to each other, and potentially have arrows, whatever. Person who wants to create something that is unique to them. A Canva is a good option, I think, and yeah. So the thing that I would make to limit the user to get like right, to get something that is kind of manageable on your side, would be to get the grid that you have and define the minimum size of something, and then trying to figure out how much shit can be displayed on the screen, and then multiply that by 2. And that's it. But then I'm just thinking about the like, if you're creating a special that has all the Marvel things, that has all the TV shows, you have 300 and something episodes, elements to be showcased on that page. So that means that your page is a scrollable element, which means that you have an infinite amount of potential scroll when you are building it. That's not the greatest thing, not the easiest one to get through. Or you basically have the same flexibility of a grid like here, but the thing is, if you have base layout, you're you can't do base layout. What you could do is predefine rows, potentially. Maybe that will match more with what you have in mind when you say wireframe kind of thing. Like this. Like if you had this, like predefined rows, saying that I know I need whatever things at the top. Right now it's a website builder, but let's say I'm looking for a cover image, and that is a cover image thingy. It will be here, fine. And then I need, I don't know, something with a like text plus image. Maybe you have something saying you want episodes. Maybe you have saying something you want a row that has like this and this, not 2 lines, but just one, like a tiny and a big one, like actors and an episode. Maybe you have a quote, right? Something from one of the movies. Maybe you could have a list of actors, right? So if you don't want to have, for example, this thing to be, can I do that? 1 second. I have a feeling that I should, but shit. As long as you don't want to do that, you should be fine. So if you build it like this, right, with presetted content and basically presetted blocks, that means, do I have blocks, by the way? I don't. That means blocks is a good option. A good base to look at. And that helps. I love blocks because it's really simple. The brick based component, you won't be able to download it because it's a Mac only app, but bitch. Let me show you, because blocks is pretty good when it comes to building. Bitch, where you at? Thank you. So, let me show you that. You would be here with that. I mean, not that I made a design that is very similar in the first place, but right, with a big plus in the center. And so you are here and you know that you want to create something, so your flow for the user to create like a full range page of specials would be this. You click on that and then you have pre-made structured blocks or bricks. These ones are unstyled and some of them have styled elements. There is a ton of options, and you can just click on the thing that you need, and right, because it's made for website building, you have things with like iPhones and shit. But let's say you are starting your thing with a hero thingy with a, I don't know, a carousel or a cover image. I know that there used to be one. Let's just make that. Right. Pisses me off. You could do that. And it's a very easy, simple, fast way of getting through like main characters, sub-level characters, right, maybe you have more things, and in that specific case you don't have that element that needs to go away. I don't know. Maybe. Bitch, I'm about to say the same thing that I said to Autumn just before. This is way too complex for a version 1. You need to recenter yourself on something that is achievable in a first version, right? You could do that later, but for now, it's just not an option. All right? I can't do that. Also, I really need to we need to go to work because it's Monday. And also because I'm recording what I'm doing. So it's currently 8 a.m., right? Right, I'm on time for work. Yeah, we need to think about it. That's 100% the case. I agree. But I think the blocks from Framer are way more designed, like visually designed, than the one from Blocks. But the behavior of Blocks is better. in a way. So I would combine both, getting the blocks from Framer for the layouts and then creating some specific blocks that like have specific designs in rows. But if we go with rows, that's a very easy-ish behavior to have, and it's basically a website builder that you are making, and it's a rows by rows thing. It's just a stack of rows. So that's kind of easy to achieve. I mean, kind of easy to achieve. I'm saying that with a lot of hair quotes. Oof. But yeah. And the walkthrough will arrive at some point, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Right. Damn. I guess. Before we can do the first boot walkthrough, I think you need the entire thing. It's better to make the walkthrough when the app is working rather than before the app is working, if that makes sense to you. Like, I prefer to have something that works and then create a walkthrough based on what's currently working, rather than creating a walkthrough and then have something in the walkthrough that doesn't reflect on the ability of the app to do things, right? So that's for later. I wanted to raid Aurora, but she's in the BRB screen again. But she's back now, so let's do that. So yeah. So if you need to do some server backend things, do that first, and then we can work on the rest. And then we can work on the rest. Did I press the button? I feel like I pressed the button. Yes. But yeah, no, we're raiding. It's the end of the day. For me. So I gotta work. Please join the raid. That would be highly appreciated. If you are here and you enjoyed the stream, please click the follow button, or follow button somewhere around there. And yeah, if you want to give me money, please do so. If you don't want to, please don't do so. Join the what the fuck is that button? Join me on the socials, on Discord if you want to. I think !Discord works. And yeah. I should be back on Wednesday. Should. Because we never know. And yeah, I guess that's it. I guess that's it. Take care of yourself, as always. I'll see you soon. And yeah, enjoy that new raid. Bye. Kane, hi bye, I guess.